All right, and we are now live running a GO train as well as a BNSF intermodal and a lone BNSF locomotive right here. I'm just going to quickly set it to live chat so I can see everybody's messages here. Hopefully some folks will join in soon. If you saw my last video, we added on this whole staging yard over here. I've loaded up a coal train in there since then, and this Amtrak consist right here. So far this has been working great. Excellent addition to the layout. And I'm hoping to expand it over into that area in the not so distant future. But for now, I figured we would run some different trains, and we've got a few things going. If any of you have requests out there, I'd be happy to run them. Good evening, SMT. Thank you. Hopstar, welcome. You run an SD90 Mac. That's some kind of Mac. Let me see if I can find it. I'll throw this thing on. Hello from Chicago. You have the 3901. I don't think I do. Do you have any Norfolk Southern? I've got a few NS engines. David Z to G, welcome. Can you run any Lackawanna steam engines if you have any? I'm not sure if I do. I definitely have some Lackawanna diesels. Can you run the John Deere locomotive? Let me have a look for it. I think it might be at the old house. I just got one of the new scale trains, rivet counter, Norfolk Southern Dash 9s, 2026 release. Well, congratulations on that. I know those things are not cheap, but the scale train engines are really nice. Love the detail on those. Oh, we got a super chat from Family Tablet. Can you run the super long locomotive? Yeah, we can definitely do that. I enjoyed the video about the yard on the edge of the wall. It was inspiring me for my O-gauge layout as well. I'm glad to hear that. Do you have Chesapeake and Ohio 1218? If so, could you run it? I don't think I have that one. So I'm going to do a little bit of a test for running the super long locomotive. We're going to back this freight train into the yard. We'll see how well that works, and then we'll try to run the super chief. Shut off. No idea why. Do you have any of your homemade steam locomotives? I think the Yellowstone might be here. There we go. This thing is running nice. DCC does that when I lose a connection. I've seen it happen before. You have the Bachmann 3001 from the Rail Chief set. I definitely have that engine. I'm not sure if I brought it over yet or not. How many long trains do you have? This is the only one I ever created. I'm tempted to make more of them, but this one was just kind of a goof because I already had all the parts laying around. And people are putting the emoji in the comments. That's funny. You have the fast wheelie locomotive. Yeah, I definitely have that here. Let me see if I can find it. Everybody wants all the meme locomotives. I'll stop that thing for a second. I know it was here because I was running it in a previous live stream. It's probably on this shelf. Here's the Norfolk Southern Power. Yeah, I'm not seeing the Lifelike tea kettle at the moment, but I know what's around here. Once I spot it, we'll definitely run that. Yeah, I don't know where that's at right now. I see it on the lower level. I'll have another look in a second. Let me just get this thing running again. SMT, are you receiving PO box packages? The PO box is currently closed, but I still have some mail which I haven't opened up. So yeah, there's probably going to be an unboxing video pretty soon. What do you think of the MRC Tech 6? I think it's a decent controller. I'm pretty sure that's the one that's both DC and DCC. I've seen reviews of it, never worked with it myself. Most of the MRC products I've worked with have been pretty good, so I feel like it would be all right, but I can't say for myself. Take this thing off the track. Here's the Norfolk Southern for everybody who wanted it. How often do you run trains off video or purely for your own entertainment? Pretty often, honestly. Like, I'm down here a lot just messing around with stuff and working on projects. There are, you know, a fair bit of stuff is included in videos and stuff like that. But, I mean, I was a model railroader a long time before I started YouTube. So, you know, this is a genuine hobby for me. I have an O-gauge Lionel steam locomotive. It clicks when power is given to it, but the wheels are not moving. Could it maybe need something additional to fix it? It kind of sounds to me like the gears are hopping out of place. It could be a case where like the worm gear is not making contact properly and it's actually jumping, or if you have two gears on top of each other and they're not making good contact, they could also be kind of hopping out of place. So I would check to make sure your gears are all meshing properly. How's Miss Chloe? She's doing well. Camera's going a little cattywampus here. We need to have the smallest locomotives on the layout. Alex, welcome to the Well Folks Club. Can you run a steam locomotive? Yeah, sure. Let me find a good one. I don't know, should we try to run this thing? This one's kind of prone to derailments, but I'm going to try it anyhow. Do you have any videos on bus lines? I don't think I do. Canadiana Centennial works, can you please run it? Yeah, absolutely. How's the new rail yard working out? So far, I'm really liking it. It seems to be very functional. Thank you so much for the super chat, UP1055 Productions. Can you run a DCC sound locomotive? Also, what's your opinion on the G60S? I don't know anything about that locomotive, to be honest. In terms of running DCC and sound, I just had one on, but I'll look for another one and we'll definitely run that. What do you guys think? Will it stay on the track? I need to remember what this is actually programmed to. I think it might be 02. Let's see. No, 06 maybe. Try to run it on DC power. Huh. It's not starting. Probably not because it's a Bachmann. A chance here. Oh, there we go. Makes me wonder if it actually would work on DC. Let's try it on a 1. Nope. Okay, it was programmed to 06. It's a Bachmann, of course it's not starting. Well, it is now, and it's already derailed. Not the locomotive, just the tender. It's off the job. I think if we run it in reverse, we can pick up those cars. And now it's not going into reverse. There. who makes the Go Bombardier cars. They're by Athearn. All right, let's give this thing a second chance here. I heard you were looking to collect all the lifelike F40 locomotives. I have one from Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authorities, so I'd recommend you keep an eye out for one. That's good to know. Huh, it didn't derail that time. Now it derails over there. It's bumping against the other cars. Okay, now somebody also requested the Canadiana. I think I'll throw that on the track, and then I'll try to find some sort of a sound-equipped locomotive, and we'll put that on the layout. I think we should also take the lifelike off at some point. It's a good locomotive, it's just kind of noisy. Modern Bachmann isn't that bad. Well, it depends how modern you're talking, because I mean that locomotive was from like 2009 and doesn't stay on the track to save its life. Is that a Niagara? Yeah, it is. This locomotive is also DCC equipped. I think I programmed it to either be 03 or Canada. So, see if we can do that there. Let's try 03. Yeah, it is 03. Did you go to the Amherst Railway Society hobby show? I had never have been there, but I think that next year or the year after I might go. It's in Massachusetts, which is only about 3 hours away from my parents' place in Maine, so maybe next year I'll go up to Maine and then drive from Maine to there. I don't know. We'll see. Because from Ottawa, I think it's about an 8-hour drive. I was wondering which type of code track I should use for my first layout. Personally, I only use code 100 just because the thickness of the rails allows you to run pretty much any kind of equipment, even if it's like from the 50s. If you want something a bit more realistic, you could go with code 83, but personally I wouldn't go with anything lower than code 83. I was at Amherst, it was cold, but a good show. Well, I'm pretty sure Amherst this year coincided with a snowstorm. So, yeah, I think it was a little bit of a tricky one. Yeah, a lot of big names out at Amherst every year. A lot of people have been asking me to go, so I think next year I'll head out there. Would you consider Kato HO track? I've bought some, I just need to set it all up. I plan on doing a video series for roadbed track. Why do you have an auto parts boxcar on your Go passenger train? It's just a spacer car because the lifelike locomotive has horn hook couplers and the Go cars have knuckle couplers. Have you ever been to Steamtown or Stratford? I haven't been to Stratford, but I have been to Steamtown. I really liked Steamtown. It was an awesome museum. Had a lot of fun. Me and my dad were there, and there was a lot of great locomotives around there. We also went to the trolley museum right across the road, and that was great too. A spacer buffer car. Yeah, that's it. Have you ever been to Roanoke, Virginia? I don't know. I've been through Virginia before because I drove back one year from Florida to my home here in Canada. So I've been through Virginia and the Carolinas and Georgia and stuff like that, but I'm not sure if I've been to that town specifically. Steamtown is one of the coolest places I've ever been. It's pretty awesome. I really liked the walkway from the Steamtown Mall over the rail yard and into the museum. I thought that was really cool. What's your favorite locomotive? I would say the Hiawatha. Have you heard the news regarding Southern 4501? I can't say I have. The walkway at Steamtown is really neat. It was a genius idea to connect the mall up like that. What's your take on rubber traction tires? Is it worth it? If you have a really small locomotive and you need to haul a lot of cars, it can be helpful. The only thing I don't like about traction tires is that they often have to be replaced, and they reduce connectivity because obviously every wheel that has a traction tire can't be a wheel that picks up power, so there is a bit of a trade-off. Are you planning to see the big boy on its cross-country tour? I'm very tempted. I need to figure out where it's running. If it's close to the Canadian-US border, I might just try to see where I can spot it. Will the mall you were building still be on the layout, or has the project been abandoned? The project is not abandoned. I still want to do that. I'm, sad to say that they have demolished the actual mall. I was hoping something better would come for it, but unfortunately they've decided to destroy it. But I still want to build a model of it. I thought it was, a really cool place. How long will it take to finish your layout expansion? I don't entirely know, but I suspect the industrial yard will be back up and running within the next 3 months. Can you run your cab forward? The cab forward is broken at the moment, again. I wonder how the big boy, if she comes to Boston, what route she'll take to get there, either the northeast corridor or the Redville and branch through the CSX yard. I'm not sure if the big boy does go through Boston. I think there's a pretty good chance I would see it there, because Boston is only like 2 hours from Kennebunkport. So I don't know. I might make my way up there. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat, Slow But Sure. Love the channel, can't wait to see the layout done. Yeah, you and me both. Is the Blue Goose in working order? Yeah. I'll try throwing it on to replace the Go train here. Why are you not going to color the uncolored part? It looks pretty ugly. Well, the styrofoam right here is temporary. Eventually the gully is going to be added back onto the layout here, and then once I add that back on, the industrial layout is going to be reconnected. So I'm not adding any detail there just because it's not a permanent fixture. It's moving backwards. Is it possible to put KD knuckle couplers on an Athearn Hi-Fi drive from the 50s and 60s? I have two of the old band drive engines, and the original couplers are missing. You can pretty much put KD couplers on anything. I mean, you know, you could glue a whole bunch of shims together and mount a KD coupler box to it. So it's definitely possible. You might have to do some funny stuff to make that happen, but you can put KD couplers on anything. You could stick a KD coupler on your refrigerator if you wanted. Like, it's not something that's exclusive to modern locomotives. Are layouts really ever finished? Not really. I mean, you can have a layout which I think is more complete than another, but, you know, it's like a house. You can renovate it at any time, and then, you know, it's never truly finished. I have an Athearn, and it runs without the shell, but when the shell is on, it has hesitation. I would check to make sure the shell isn't pushing wires into the flywheel or causing something to short circuit, because if you put the engine on the track with the shell and the wheels are sparking really bad and the engine's not running, you could have a short. Or if the engine isn't shorting, but it's you know, humming and it's not moving, I would say it's probably locked in place. Because the shell theoretically shouldn't affect performance, so if it is, you know, that, you know, there's a problem. Give the Blue Goose a little more power, see if that allows it to make full laps without slowing down. You should start the layout from scratch. I really get the logic behind that, but I have too much nostalgia in this. I mean, I've had this layout since I was like 6 years old. Like, I've got a lot of memories in this, and I just don't think a new layout would give me that kind of feel. This is the first time the big boy will return to the Northeast ever since it was built. That's pretty crazy. I don't think a 420 would be very stable. They definitely have made an engine with two drive wheels. I don't know what kind. I think it's British. How will it manage the snow hills and tight turns? For the big boy, that's what I'm wondering too, because apparently when they brought the big boy up to Steamtown, not 4014, but the one that's displayed there, there was a lot of controversy that it theoretically could not go through the curves, and it did, but it was questionable. So yeah, I don't know what kind of route they would take it on, but they definitely have to account for how sharp the corners are. Can you run the trolley that you painted? Let me see. I'm not sure if it's here. It was a 222, often called a bicycle. Have you ever played train simulators like Trains with a Z? I have played Trains with a Z. I've also played Railworks and Microsoft Train Simulator. Microsoft Train Simulator remains my favorite, followed by Trains with a Z. Railworks at the time, I think it might just be called Train Simulator now, was definitely the most realistic. And it was a fun game too, but I didn't like it as much. Have you set up any of your other scales? I do have the N scale layout here. I need to figure out something a little bit better, but I have that. Eventually I want to get the O scale and G scale stuff here too, but I need to figure out a good space for those first. Have you ever played Roblox in like 2010? It's been a long time. What are some tips for doing basic maintenance? Any conductive surface, clean it. Any mechanical surface, lubricate it. Tell me about the art on the wall and why the storage yard shouldn't cover it. Okay, I don't really know why this was here, but when I bought the house, there was this fall background, and I personally like this. I find it adds character to the basement. It's very strange. I don't know why the previous owners installed this, but it's well rendered. It looks pretty. And after I showed it in one of my videos, I got a lot of comments from people saying, don't mess with the piece of art. So I was like, okay, like I'm on board. I like it too. So I think what I'm going to end up doing is building a bridge, which is going to go from here to some sort of a table maybe over there. And we're not going to mess with that. But yeah, it's just a strange detail to this house, which I don't want to mess with. Would a mountain layout be practical for starting a layout? I wouldn't call it impractical. I do find when you add hills to a layout, you do add another layer of complication, because all of a sudden you have tracks running over tracks, and that can add issues, and you have grades which also have to be well done. But other than that, it's not that much harder. Mountains also don't have to be built a particular way. Like if you're building a structure of some sort, like out of a kit, there's a specific way that needs to be put together, whereas if you're building a mountain, if you make a bit of a mistake, it's like nature is not a perfect thing. Everything is uneven in nature and stuff. So It's a little bit more forgiving. I don't know if you're gonna see this, but my dad and I are actually in the process of building our first molded layout after the DC 4x8 one you made about a year ago. It's going great. We love your videos. Well, I'm very happy to hear that. I had a lot of fun building that layout, and you're not the only one. I've probably had at least 20 emails at this point from people who say that they're building this layout. I was really shocked. One day I was just browsing Facebook, and Facebook sometimes recommends like random posts. And I got a post from a model railroading forum, and I was like, that looks exactly like the layout that I built. And then I looked at the post, and it was somebody who was copying the layout. It was really cool. So I'm glad that a lot of people like that video, and I'm glad that it's inspired a lot of people to get into the hobby and build their own rendition of it. Scott Rails, welcome, Dave. Hope you're settling in your new house well. Yeah, I would say so. I'm quite liking it here. I'll be sure to email you some pictures. Well, I'd appreciate it. It's cool to know that there are, you know, kind of sister layouts of that one being built out there. You have your military train from a few years back, and if so, can you run it? By the way, you helped me so much with my O-scale layout. I appreciate it. Well, thanks. I'm not sure how much of the military stuff I have around here. I definitely have one of the military locomotives, because I put that as part of a Veterans Day post, but I'm not sure about the rest of it. I'm just having a look here. Yeah, I'm not sure if I brought the cars over, because my dad had a whole military set as a kid, and I kind of inherited that, so I'm just not sure if it's here or at my parents' place still. It's probably at my parents' place still. Let me just check in the other room quickly. I was wrong. Got one of these trick cars. You see it's got the older style coupler on one side and the new style on the other. I love the giant tree wallpaper. Yeah, it's the strangest part of this house. The Mega F unit lives rent-free in my head. I love it. I'll have to make another YouTube short of that thing drifting around the layout. And this time, with matching cars. Did you buy the house as a home or just a train house? No, I'm living here. Got a kitchen and the bathroom and a living room, everything I need. And a basement for the trains, which is equally important. Where can I buy the railgun? It's an older product. I think it might have been sold by Model Power. I don't think they make this anymore, but you can definitely find them on eBay. They're not rare. I love the haunted house. Yeah, do you notice Christine in the front yard too? You have a Rivarossi 240? I'm not sure, to be honest. Is that Christine? It is Christine. These things sell for quite a bit of money online because of the movie, but the person who listed this one was just listing it as the car, which is, I think, a 1956. Trying to remember the make. I want to say a Plymouth. Anyway, it was way undervalued, which I thought was pretty cool, but I actually weathered this one so that it would look like the car from the movie when Arnie very first found it. (1958) Plymouth Belvedere Fury. Okay, that's it. What do you think of 4014 touring the coast to coast? If they do so, I'm going to be pretty thrilled. If it comes anywhere near where I'm at, then I'm definitely going to go and see it. If it's anywhere near the East Coast, I'll probably go and see it. Do you have any Blue Devils? I don't think I do. Do you have a circus train? If so, can you run it? I don't have a complete circus train. I don't know if I've brought my father's circus train over here. Let me have a look in the back room again. I might. I don't remember if my dad's collection has more of the circus train, but I did end up finding this car right here. I'll throw it behind the military cars. It also only has one coupler on it, so I'm gonna have to throw it this way. You ever visit model railroad museums with swap meets? I've been to quite a few. There's the one at Expo Rail I went to. Every year they have the Ovier flea market. There's usually one at the Gallery de Elmer Mall. What else? Sometimes there's a show in Arnprior, Ontario. I usually go to that one. Back car's wobbling pretty bad, I think because the weight isn't right. Yeah, I love going to swap meets. I think we'll swap this out for a sound-equipped locomotive, as I said I would do earlier. I'm not sure which one yet. Let's see what we can find here. I am really impressed with the old Athearn, though. This thing is solid. I think this Aurora has sound. I'm liking the new setup. I'm glad to hear that. How's the runaway train? Nothing has really changed with it. I still have the set. Should make a new video with it. I haven't done so in quite a long time. How do I lay cork bed properly? It's pretty easy. You lay out your track. You take the cork, split it in two, sand the edges. You lay down some glue, squeeze the cork under the track, and then the pins in the middle of the track will line up the cork. I think it derailed. It's revving, it's not moving. I've already broken it. Oh boy. I have this problem sometimes where the sound decoder revs up, so the engine is acknowledging that it's receiving power, but it just doesn't actually move forward. I don't know if it's a problem with my DCS51 or what the case is, but not the first time I've dealt with this issue. Just disable function 20 here, see if we can get it moving. Just gonna reset the controller. See if that fixes it. Still not doing anything. All right, we'll unplug the controller. We'll see if that works. Oh, looks like we've got a super chat. Hey, SMT, I love the new layout. I've been trying to build one myself, but I can't find the time. I love your channel. You've helped me with a lot of tips while getting into model railroading. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much for the super chat there, and I'm glad to hear the videos help. I mean, you know, I try my best to share what I know, but yeah, it means a lot when I hear from people who actually say, hey, I saw one of your videos and it helped me get to what I was aiming for. Okay, let's see if we can get the Aurora running again. Oh, yeah, it's moving. Got another super chat. This time it's from Scott Rails. Thank you, Dave. For scenic supplies and coffee. I appreciate that. Just go boil myself a cup of instant coffee right now. Gonna have to add more scenery. There's a few bare spots on the layout, as some of you might have noticed. How many countries have you been to? Let me see. I've been to, obviously, the United States. I've been to Mexico. Been to France, I've been to Jamaica, I've been to the Turks and Caicos, I've been to the Bahamas, I've been to Aruba. I feel like I might be missing some, but that's what comes to mind. Whoops. When did you start your channel? Fall of 2016. When will the next mail unboxing video be? Probably within the next month. There's quite a few pieces of mail I'd like to open up. I just checked the P.O. box a few days ago. I haven't gotten any new pieces of mail, but there are still some pieces coming in from before I closed it. Oh no. Well, that was close. Almost 10 years. Yeah, 10 years this year. And by December of this year, it's going to be 20 years that I've been part of model railroading, because I got my first train set for Christmas of 2006. So, yeah, a lot of milestones coming up. I'm going to be 25 years old this year. The channel is going to be 10 years old, and I will have been in the model railroading hobby for 20 years. So, yeah, a lot happening. Have you moved your N-scale layout over to the new house? I sure have. It's right there. That's what you get for not properly tying your loads down. Yeah, I didn't tie a ratchet strap and say that's not going anywhere. Thank you so much for the super chat, Derp 110. What's up? I've been considering seasonally running HO scale outside due to the indoor space constraint. Do you have any tips for running HO scale outside? I wouldn't recommend running HO scale stuff outside. I know I've done a lot of videos where I've run trains in the snow and so on, but I took a lot of precautions for running trains in the snow. I greased a lot of fittings to make sure that moisture couldn't get in. I pre-chilled the locomotives in the freezer so that they would be cold and wouldn't melt the snow around them. And I set the track up when it was below freezing. That way the moisture wouldn't get to the rails as much. If you're gonna run stuff outside, I would run older equipment that's really simple because you're gonna have to be cleaning it a lot. Moisture is a locomotive's worst enemy. So that's what I would say. Don't buy anything expensive. Don't buy anything complicated. Just buy really cheap engines from the 80s and nickel silver track if you can afford it because it's less prone to oxidization. And just clean the contacts like heck. Grease everything often. Did I read correctly that Nerf Cat has passed on? Yeah, he passed on to a better place in October of last year. I miss him a great deal, but he had a hell of a life. I mean, he lived to 17 or 18 years old, and he made it count, that's for sure. What's the radius of your inside curves on the edges of the layout? Is it the width of the 4x8? Well, if you're talking about this curve, this is 22 radius. If you're talking about the curve right here that the Go Transit cars are running on, this is also 22, but it has a few pieces of 18 radius. So you see how this piece is short, and then there's this longer one, and then another longer one. So it's like 22, 18, 18, 22, 18, 18, 22. I think that's the ratio, so it's kind of a mix. It just makes the curve a bit more gentle for longer cars. There's also a 1-inch spacer on that side. What's your favorite part of building new layouts? I think it's painting it and adding on the grass and scenery, because that's where you see the most results from the least amount of effort. I really like running trains the first time on the layout as well. Setting up the track can be fun, but it also gets a bit tedious with the soldering and so on. Like, track has to be built to pretty specific specifications. Otherwise, you're going to have derailments. You can kind of build a mountain any way you want it, if that makes sense. So building a mountain is very relaxing because you're just kind of messing around, whereas if you're putting track together, you have to be like, okay, is it level? Are the curves put together correctly? Have I soldered it correctly? Are the electrical connections good? You have to check on all these things and make sure that they're right. Otherwise, you're going to have trouble later on. Whereas you just build a mountain. You just be like, okay, we're going to put a curve here and a curve here, and it's going to spike up here. I don't know. Miley's favorite part is watching my bank account take a hit. Yeah, that part's pretty bad too. The trick is to buy the materials long in advance. That way you disassociate them from each other. Do you have any Milwaukee Road cars to put behind your Hiawatha? I don't know if I've brought them over yet, but I have a 4-car Rivarossi Milwaukee Road consist for the Hiawatha. It's not the original one, it's from the 80s, but it looks good behind it. Have you ever used brass track? Oh yeah. I mean, if you look at the mountain layout, a lot of that was made with brass track. Here, I'll take the camera off the tripod so I can actually show all of you this. Yeah, like This right here, this is all brass track, and a lot of this brass track was actually off my father's original layout right there, so it was repurposed to build this. It's still serving a purpose some 40 years later, which is kind of cool. But yeah, is it good? Brass track is not amazing stuff. It will work, you just have to clean it like crazy. Nickel silver track is pretty low maintenance. You kind of just set it up and you clean it every so often, whereas brass track, it's just a little bit more prone to oxidization and the connections are not as good. So it's not ideal, but you can buy it really cheap. So if you're on a real budget, it can be a good way to save money because a lot of people really don't like this stuff. Where do I find cheaper H-of scale trains? Look out for train shows in your area, and if you can't find any, like see if there's a local hobby shop or a model railroad club and ask people around there, because people who are kind of in the loop of model railroading usually know where shows are happening. The truth about model train shows is that most of them are not very well advertised, so sometimes there actually are local train shows going on and you're just not aware of them. So see if you can get yourself into the loop of model railroading, and then if you find people who are, well established in the hobby, they can usually point you to where to find this stuff. And then once you're at the train show, bring a bunch of cash and just have a good time. You'll find a lot of good deals. Do you like flex track curves or pre-made radius pieces? Personally, for sharp corners, I like pre-made pieces just because they're a set amount. You can guarantee that if you use 22 radius track, you're going to end up with a radius of, 22 inches per half the layout. Flex track is great. Like if you're going to be building something large and the curves are going to be really wide, you don't have to worry about as many rail joiners. It looks more realistic. There's a lot of benefits to it, but if you have a limited amount of space, I would just go with set track. So like, for example, for building this, I used set track for this curve right here, but then beyond the switches, it's all flex track. So those are flex track curves right over there, but it's because I didn't need them to be a very specific amount. Can you do a video on fixing some Kato engines? Maybe so, but the truth is I don't have very many Kato engines that need repairing. Like they're so reliable that it's very rare that I buy a lot and they're in poor enough condition to do a video on it. Lots of cash. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know. Every time I go to a train show, a lot of my train buddies and people there are always saying, oh, I can't believe how much I've spent today. But it's like train shows compared to a hobby shop or eBay are like a fraction of the price. So even if you spend $300, that's a lot of money. But for the amount of stuff you get compared to what you'd be paying online or at a hobby shop, it's quite a good deal. There was this one guy at a train show, like the Pico switches I put on my layout, those are about 30 Canadian dollars a piece. There was a guy at a train show one year, he was selling them for $5 a piece, brand new. I just bought the entire lot. I've bought engines with DCC and sound for $10, and I know there are people out there that are probably like, what? That can't be right. Like, it was broken or something. It's like, no, they're in good shape. There are just people at train shows, especially the really small train shows, who just want to get rid of stuff. You can't beat Kato for the drive. They're well-made engines. What railroad paint scheme do you enjoy the most? The BNSF H2 paint scheme. I've got quite a few pumpkins in the layout. Look on like some of the shelves. Maybe not this shelf, but earlier I was running one of them. You know what I mean? Can you run your favorite rivet counter? Yeah, sure. Need more shelves? I hope not. Iron Prior is June 6th/7th. I'll be there as a vendor. Well, I hope to see you there. I definitely want to be at this year's Iron Prior train show. I can't remember if there was one last year or not. I missed a couple train shows last year. But yeah, I have a real great tradition with going up to the Iron Prior show. I usually, get in the car early-ish in the morning, head on down there, spend some time at the show, and then afterwards go to A&W, get myself a hamburger and a coffee, and then drive back home. It's always a good time. I have two Bachmann FTs. I need to replace their couplings, but it is not as simple as the rail cars. How in the world do I do it? Well, I'm not sure which era of Bachmann you're talking about, but in most cases, there is a KD coupler that will fit it. Again, if the box is no good, cut it off and just glue a new coupler box in place, and then you can attach whatever you want. Can't go wrong with A&W. Yeah, I agree with that. Bachmann F7 couplers are really easy to replace. It depends on the year, but generally that is the case. Do you have any custom SMT mainline rolling stock? If so, can you show them to us? I have a few pieces that people have sent in, but it's not a massive amount, and I'm not sure if I have any of it here. It could be back at my parents' place. What's the P.O. box? I don't have it on me at the moment. I've also temporarily closed it just so I can catch up with mail. Have you ever owned a Bachmann Thomas? I can't say I have. I haven't had any Thomas HO stuff on the layout. Nothing against the show. I really loved watching it as a kid, but I just don't feel the need to add it to my current layout. Do you have any New York City subways? I do, as a matter of fact. Time to test out the freight yard again. How cold is it there? Still below 20 Fahrenheit in Pennsylvania. I suspect it would be a similar amount. I think it was minus 15 Celsius. I'm not sure what the conversion would be to Fahrenheit, but I think it would be pretty similar to minus 20. They're modern Bachmann F7s. Well, that should be pretty easy. You should just be able to throw a Katie coupler in there, or a Bachmann Easy Make coupler. Minus 15 is 5 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, yeah. A little less than 20, but it's been a cold winter. Most days it's been like minus 20 Celsius. Even the house has been kind of cold. There we go. Currently we're at, just under 60. I found a place with HO rolling stock for $5 US. Is that a good price? Well, it depends on what's being sold. If it's, decent rolling stock with like knuckle couplers and metal wheels, yeah, that's a pretty good deal. If it's old Tyco stuff, it's okay, but generally I like to pay more, like $2 or $3 for that kind of thing. What are the dimensions of the Walther's subway cars? I don't know. Have you ever considered hanging a layout from the ceiling? I've seen it done before. I think it would work okay. The only thing that I would be concerned about is the fact that it can sway all over the place. Should my dummy unit be heavier than my motorized one? I don't think so. I've never seen that before. A dummy engine should be pretty light. Obviously heavy enough that it's not going to derail, but it's essentially dead weight. You don't want it to be taking up a lot of your locomotive's pulling capacity. What was the repair you were proudest of? I think the time where I bought that rusty RS3 Pennsylvania locomotive and I soaked it in vinegar and managed to get it running again. That one was pretty sketchy, and it ran surprisingly well. Do you have a Back to the Future DeLorean to push on the layout like in the third movie? I have one, but it's not HO scale, nor does it have the train wheels, so... I have one in stock, but it's not meant for the layout. The pink tree is back. Yeah, I've slowly been adding things back on the layout here. Do you like Five Nights at Freddy's? I never played it. I remember when that was really popular in like 2015, but I was never into it. Do you play Minecraft? When it was really popular, I was super into it in like 2012, 2013. When I was about 11 or 12 years old, I was playing it every day for probably like 4 hours. I still play it every so often, but I don't know, it's not the same anymore. Is it worth the switch from plastic wheels to metal wheels? If you're going to be putting a crazy amount of hours on a piece of rolling stock, I would say it is. If it's only something you're going to run every so often, I wouldn't worry about it. Do you play Gary's Mod or any other Source games like Left 4 Dead or TF2 Half-Life? I can't say I have, no. The only video games I really ever played was obviously the train simulator games. I played my fair share of Minecraft, as I mentioned. I played almost all the Grand Theft Auto games, like Grand Theft Auto 3, Vice City, 4... episodes from Liberty City 5. But that was pretty much it. It was either I was playing a train simulator, Minecraft, or Grand Theft Auto, one of the three. Some of my friends who were in other video games had like Halo on the Xbox, and I sometimes would play, but I wasn't good at those games, so I didn't play them very often. Yeah, I did play San Andreas. That was a good one. Are the bi-levels Rapido or Athearn? They're Athearns. I've had these for a long time. I got them for Christmas of 2008 or 9. Can you run a trolley on the inside loop? I think so. What train simulator games did you play? Trains with a Z, Microsoft Train Simulator, and what it was called at the time, Railworks. Someone actually made a custom HO model of the Brown Streak train from Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, also known as the Dam Train. Yeah. One of the things I really liked about Grand Theft Auto San Andreas was I think it's the only GTA game where you can actually drive the train. I always got a real kick out of that. Is River Rossi good for budget steam locomotives? I would say so. You can sometimes find older River Rossi engines for, $50, and the detail, even with the age, is still very good in my opinion. From a reliability standpoint, they're okay. River Rossi motors are very well made. I find that the bolts that actually hold the drivers in have a tendency to wiggle loose. A lot of them are 50 years old, so it should be expected. But provided you put a bit of Loctite on them and tighten them down, they're very reliable locomotives for the money. They run half decent. Not very good pulling capacity. I think that's probably their weakest point, but I think the only other comparable brand would be Mahano, at least in terms of price. How long have you liked trains, and when did you start using model trains? I've liked trains my entire life. I don't even remember a distinct point in my life where I started liking trains. I grew up with a live steam locomotive in the Ottawa Valley. My grandfather lived near one, so every weekend, my dad would drive up there with me, and I couldn't even walk. I was on my dad's shoulders, and we'd go down the tracks and watch the train go by. I think that's where it started. But my dad was also into model trains, so when I was around 5 years old, he showed me his whole collection. We dug it out of storage, and for that Christmas, which was 2006, I asked for a train set. So I've been into model railroading for almost 20 years. As for trains themselves, pretty much my whole life. River Rossi has a substantial collector's market with some engines fetching prices in the hundreds of dollars. Well, it depends. If you're talking about a big boy, yeah, you're probably going to be paying at least $150. Some of the other locomotives are not worth that much. I've seen some River Rossi steam engines like the, I think it's the 240, go for like $50, even at hobby shops, and at train shows they're even less. But yeah, some of the collector's engines are worth a great ton. I mean, my grandmother's Hiawatha, you often see those going for about 2,000 Canadian. Would you play Forza 6 when it comes out? Have you played any racing games in your time? I played Revolt, which was a British kind of RC car racing game. I was pretty big into that. And this wasn't a PC game, but I was also really big into the arcade game, Sega Super GT. Those were really the only two racing games I think I ever played. I played some Mario Kart too. I'm sure everybody did if they were born in the last 30 or so years. No trains with faces on board. Yeah, exactly. What's the best place to get budget buildings or houses? Once again, train shows. Where do you get your model trains? Train shows, train shops, antique stores, eBay. Sometimes off Amazon, although Amazon is not a very good dealer in terms of model trains. You can buy really generic things like Bachmann starter sets, but I would never expect to buy anything more than that. I checked the dummy unit, it's a counterfeit. Counterfeit by who? What's the best budget controller? For DC, I would probably say an MRC Tech 2. For DCC, maybe a DCS 51 just because they're older, so you could probably buy one affordably used. It says Bachmann, but it's clearly a fake. I don't think there are any counterfeit Bachmanns out there. It's probably just an older one. Where's your American Freedom train? I don't know, I have it here. We could try to run it. Last time it was having some derailing issues, but I'll try it for the heck of it. I just need to find the darn thing. I thought it was on this shelf. I probably moved it in the last live stream. I need to reorganize everything. I keep losing engines. Here it is. MRC is your best budget controller. I tend to agree. They're really good for DC. Is a 4x8 layout with track and automatic switches for 75 USD worth it? I feel like that's a good deal. Even if it's brass track with older Atlas switches, I don't think you can go wrong at that price. I mean, if it's an older layout, I would expect to have to do some electrical work on it, maybe soldering some rail joiners, but yeah, that's not a bad deal. If you can buy a layout for under $100, I think you're doing pretty good. Oh, good evening, Sparky. Welcome, Dave. Okay, this was supposed to leave the yard. It didn't. We've got some electrical gremlins that need to be sorted out. All right, let's see if we can make it a lap without derailing. With DCC, are there dead spots with like there are with regular DC? I would say with DCC, there are probably even more. Like, if there's a brief short circuit with DC, the controller keeps putting out power, whereas with DCC, if there's a brief short circuit, it will cut power to the layout. If you have electrical issues with DC, you're going to have electrical issues even worse with DCC. Oh, derailed, but it derailed itself. Can you run your brass Canadian 484? I haven't brought that one over here yet. Did your Go train derail unlike the one at Union today? It's been pretty reliable here. I wasn't aware that one derailed at Union Station, though. That's not good. My DCC train was a mini tape recorder attached to a flat car playing recorded sounds. I was poor, but it worked. Well, it's not stupid if it works, right? This thing is struggling a bit. Let's see if it re-rails itself. Nope. Oh, crap. Where can I find budget locomotives? Always at train shows. Did you hear that Bachmann is re-releasing an updated American Freedom train with the actual cars it pulled? Well, I imagine that would probably be for the 250th anniversary of the United States, which makes sense. Hopefully, if they do re-release this model, they put a little bit more weight in the tender so it doesn't have as many derailing issues. But yeah, it sounds good. The mountain tunnel is cracking. Yeah. It didn't survive the move very well. I think I might have to replace it or something. We'll see. But I just put it back on the layout because it looked kind of empty without it. Yeah, this thing is funny. Like, it's hit or miss. Sometimes it goes around the layout without derailing, and then other times it just tops off the track again. Just looks aged, yeah. 2008, showing its time. Okay, it's derailed really bad this time. I think maybe it will recover itself. I don't know. Let's see. Nope. Do you still plan on reviewing and unboxing the Selkirk this year sometime? Yeah, I have it over here in a box at the new house. I just need to film that video. But I think first I'll do another mail unboxing, and I mean, this is kind of a secret project because the video hasn't even been released, but I also picked up that on eBay. According to Bachmann, the new Freedom train isn't supposed to have the known issues the originals did. I'm glad that they're at least acknowledging that the previous models had problems, but I mean, every generation of Bachmann equipment has had issues. Like the original Freedom train, the first gen ones, I don't even know if they were first gen, maybe they were second gen, but the nylon gears, the first GS4s that Bachmann never released, had were total junk, and then, you know, subsequent models still have problems like this. I mean, this is a lot better than the first gens, but yeah. What games did you play at school? Dodgeball. I was really good at dodgeball too, because I was the shortest of my class, so I could kind of just duck behind people and stuff, and they couldn't really get me, but I could fire back at the other team, no problem. I loved dodgeball. Derailed again. Run the Freedom train in reverse. It might fix it from derailing. We could try. Are there any particular buildings you want to add to this layout? The Forest Fair Mall. I'm hoping to build a structure of that at some point. right, let's see how she goes. I played dodgeball too, ages and ages ago at my school. I loved it. Run a GG1. Yeah, sure. Shut the sound off for a second there. I can't hear myself think. Can you please run an Amtrak consist? Yeah, for sure. There we go. It's funny, it derailed. Oh, that's a bad derailment. What bad timing. Right as that derails, it causes one car to get pulled off the track, and then the force is sent through the entire train and manages to derail all the stuff on the entire corner. What a disappointment. Anyway, somebody requested the Amtrak stuff, so I'm gonna quickly get these off the main line and we'll get that running. I don't know why this is tilted so bad. It didn't hit the floor. Try again. Yeah, exactly. Happy Groundhog Day. See if it derailed again. No bueno. Are we getting 6 more weeks of winter this year? Absolutely. We're going to be buried in snow until April. Classic collision, nice. I don't know if this Riverossi right here has the jam to pull this train, but we're gonna try it out because I trust it a lot more not to derail. Struggling. What radius curves are you running? Mostly 22. Have you ever played Max Payne? I can't say I have. See if this will work well. And we've already got another derailment. This car was having some issues on the previous layout, I remember that, so maybe we'll just get rid of that. Canadian Pacific car derailed too. Let's try her again. I just recently chimed in. It looks like your layout has expanded a bit since the first couple live streams. Yeah, it sure has. Built this entire staging yard right here and this connection here and a spot to connect it to what's eventually going to exist over there. So yeah, things are coming along slowly but surely. Have you considered getting a 3D printer for making stuff for your buildings? Yeah, I have a 3D printer. It's a Creality K1. Oh, looks like we've got a super chat from Buckling Outdoor Power Requip. I can't pronounce the last part. I just want to make a layout of the Buckland MO 2 lines BNSF cross here, but do lack the room for it to be an N scale. Well, I hope you can build it in N scale. I mean, N scale usually doesn't require a whole lot of space. You could build it in Z scale if you're really pressed on space. But yeah, thank you so much for the super chat. Just like real life, Amtrak isn't the best for dependability. My favorite locomotive you got is the DD40 with the wood that you showed us spanning 2 tracks once. Well, I think it's an F unit, but yeah. I have an SW1500 switcher from Athearn 1225 CSX my dad passed on from his HO scale stuff. I can't get the screw looking thing for the reverse to spin without grinding it. I just oiled it. Okay, I think you're talking about the worm gear. The Athearns are kind of picky. Sometimes, you know, there's a pin on the chassis itself, so it's like you got the truck right here, and there's a pin sticking out of the chassis, which actually goes into that. So if you don't have those perfectly aligned, sometimes the clip which holds the screw thingy, aka the worm gear, in place, if it's not being held down, it will pop back out. So just check to make sure it's actually clipped in correctly, because I've had that problem before. Matter of fact, here's an Athearn. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about here. Yeah, so here's an Athearn, and this is what I'm talking about. If you, I'll do the one on the back because it's easier to access, but if you pull this out like that, and you remove it, sometimes if you don't align that pin right there with the hole perfectly, like the truck will still kind of sit in there. So you can get it to kind of go like that. It's not actually aligned with the hole. So you need to make sure that this is actually securely in place. And then once you know it's secure, you just kind of line up this. And you get both your pillow block bearings in place. And sometimes you need to play around with them just to get them to kind of lower down. And then once you know that this is turning perfectly and it's with that pin, you take the top part. If you hear it snap on both sides and it's moving like this, you know you've done it right. Once things are running for a while, do you get the ozone smell, or is that only for old school model trains? I just finished watching a guy on another channel finish a 1970 Seiko Tyco Dream Layout Nostalgia. Yeah, I think that was Ron from Classic Model Trains. The ozone smell is usually from the commutator. If it's not cleaned often enough, it will arc and it will create that ozone smell. A lot of my locomotives, after I've worked on them, don't make that smell, but older ones which haven't been serviced or are a little bit more tired will make that smell. I find it nostalgic. It just reminds me of model railroading, but usually if you clean the commutator really well, the smell of ozone will go away. You forgot to hook up the power strip under the rear. Yeah, I probably did. That is important as well. I was just focused on trying to actually get this back together, which, you know, is a good thing. Quite honestly, bypassing this is a good choice. You can just solder a wire from here to the motor to the other side, but if you want to leave it original, that's one thing you can do. How are you managing to settle into your new home? I'm liking it so far. It's been taking a lot of effort, you know, to kind of bring this place up to snuff, because when I moved in here, it was not in the best condition, but, you know, things are getting better. I had the air ducts cleaned recently, moved the old fridge down here, got a new one. Things are recovering around here. It's getting better. SMT, what made you want to fix up old trains, make them run like new again? You've shown us there's basically no such thing as junk. It was the restoration of my grandmother's steam locomotive. You know, she had all these old trains, and I desperately wanted to see them run as a kid, but I had no idea how to fix anything back then, and I started fixing some slightly more simple locomotives, like old lifelikes and stuff, and I learned a bit there, and yeah, slowly but surely things progressed, and yeah, I started just fixing them for fun. And I'd say after I started the channel, I learned a lot more about fixing model trains, just because I was on a lot of model railroading forums. So if I made a mistake, somebody could be like, hey, it's better if you do this or something. So a bit of trial and error, and also some, you know, experience from people who have been in the hobby for quite a long time. A house with a man cave is the best house you got covered. I wish I had space to set up my trains. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's a comment I get pretty often. That, or, you know, there's the whole like budget thing, and I'm hoping I can make some more videos to try to address how to build layouts with limited amounts of room, or, you know, how to buy model trains really cheap and get into model railroading, because there's a lot of people out there and they say, oh, I don't have the space, or I don't have the money to get into model railroading. And honestly, model railroading doesn't necessarily require a ton of space, and it doesn't necessarily require a whole lot of money. And, you know, obviously having more space and a bigger budget helps, but they're not 100% necessary, that's for sure. if you know where to look, you can find trains really cheap, and if you get creative, you can build a very compact layout. I've seen some people build like N-scale layouts that fit inside a guitar case. There are even like people out in Japan, you know, where apartments are really small and there are these tiny little Z-scale layouts that they build and stuff, so it is possible. Are you aware of the Thomas fandom? And if yes, what are your thoughts on it? I'm not very involved with that whole scene. I watched a lot of Leo Kim video. When I was younger, I really liked his channel a lot. I still do. I mean, he made some legendary videos. But personally, like, I loved Thomas as a kid, but I just don't feel the need to add it to my HO scale layout. And as for the fandom itself, you know, I'm sure there's a lot of great people in it, but I've seen some funny things happen there. I don't want to go too into detail about that, but because the Thomas fandom overlaps with model railroading, yeah, I don't know. Mostly around what happened to GWR Studios, but yeah, again, I'm not getting into that. You can have a virtual layout as well. Yeah, well, like Trains with a Z is terrific for, you know, building a virtual layout. I got a random Walther's Trainline locomotive from eBay for 25 bucks. It runs, just somebody removed the DCC from it and gave it an odd circuit board or contact board that made it weigh a ton. Must have been some sort of a bypass. The lamp is starting to look weird. What, this? Now that you've got your own house, it's time to start planning a garden railway. I'm very tempted to. I mean, I've got some of the track and a train to run it with. I just need to figure out, I don't know, where I'd set it up. And I'd also have to buy a lot more track because my current setup wouldn't really allow for that. So we'll see. Be a good way to get outside, though. I don't think train lines came with DCC. They all have a basic circuit board over the top of the forward and reverse lighting. Yeah, I think you might be right. I know that, you know, there are some people who have converted them to DCC, but you would have to pull out that entire circuit board because I don't know how else you would bypass the lights in order to wire them in. It's probably possible. I mean, adding DCC is really just a matter of routing whatever wires are going to the motor through the decoder and then routing those wires back to the motor through the decoder. But yeah, I don't know. Whenever you buy a project engine, you never know what you're going to get into. I mean, I don't want to kind of spoil the latest video, but like when I got into this old Athearn right here, it was clear that somebody had done a lot with the lighting and messed around with it. And they had already added a decoder. I could tell just because of how it was wired, but somebody had yanked it out and there was just a lot of really weird stuff going on there. So you'll see it when I release that video, but buying somebody's project, I would say if you're going to do that, you have to be prepared to do a bit of exploration and figure out, you know, what exactly they did. How do I find train shows happening in my area? Well, as I was mentioning earlier, I find with model railroading, you just kind of need to get in the loop. And what I mean by that is you need to know other people in the area who are already in the hobby and kind of established. And then that's where you figure out how you can find train shows and things like that. So, you know, if it, look to see, go on Google Maps, see if you have any like local train stores in your area. And if so, go down there and start chatting with them. You know, sometimes these guys are really well connected with the local community. And, you know, see if you can find any local train clubs, because, you know, people at train clubs are usually also very well connected with the local community, and they can usually tell you if there are train shows or swap meets or flea markets or anything like that coming up, and then that's where you find the good deals. But it's not, there are some towns, like in my case, the Iron Prior Train Show, that's advertised. Like, if you go to the local train store, you see signs for it. But, like, for the OVAR flea market, I hardly know when that's going on myself, and I've been to several of the flea markets before, so, you know, some of them are just not very well advertised. They're very tight-knit, and so if you can find people who are aware of it, they can help you along with that. But you just need to dig, because I don't know, I used to think there was only 2 train stores in the Ottawa area, and then I went on Google Maps one day and I found out there was actually like 3 or 4. So you just sometimes need to dig around a bit and you discover this stuff. What radius are 22s? Well, 22 radius means it takes 22 inches to make a quarter turn. So it's 22 inches from here to here. Then you double it for the full thing. Ontario Train Shows page on Facebook is a good resource. Yeah, that's a good point. Look on Facebook. Will you decorate your layout with fall colors? Maybe for the mountain layout, now that it has this backdrop. Third radius. Well, I know there's first radius and second radius and third radius. I've heard those terms before. I think that they're British terms. I don't know what they equate to in terms of like 18 radius and 22 radius and so on. But it's even more confusing for me when you go to metric, because for like Cato or Cato, the debate continues on for how it's pronounced, but either way, that's all in metric, and they're not equal. So like some Cato corners, I can't remember the metric measurement, but they're basically the equivalent of like 21 radius. So I've just always used the imperial measurements. Do you have any British locomotives to run? Yeah. I don't think the word fall should be used around model trains. Why? Because it implies stuff's gonna like fall off the layout? I think it's actually pronounced Kato if you're Japanese. I put it into the Japanese Google Translate, and it was more like Kito, but I don't know. Because those speech-to-text things are also not always perfect. Yeah, so this is how Google is pronouncing it. No idea if that's accurate or not. Google Translate, I like that. This whole thing keeps happening every time I make a video, because a point of confusion is that there's Lima Locomotive Works, which was an engine builder, but there's also Lima, which was a model train manufacturer from Italy. So there's a lot of times where I'll say like, oh, this is a Lima steam locomotive, and I get about 1 million comments saying, no, it's a Lima locomotive, which, yeah, for like Lima, Ohio, like a lima bean and, you know, that stuff, I get that. But for the train manufacturer from Italy, I don't know if that's actually accurate. A lot of these kind of tomato situations, I would call them. This thing is not very happy. Okay, we're gonna give it all the volts. See if we can get it to wake up here. I don't remember this thing having issues last time I ran it. We have a bad connection, or has it just been sitting? Yeah, sure. Maybe it's just that part of the track. Although it looks clean, so I don't know. Really don't get why this thing is running so poorly, but whatever. I think that might be due for a rebuild. Somebody's asking me if I can run a P42. Let me see if I can find one. I feel like I have at least one of the VIA ones over here. Yeah, there it is. This one's really loud. Gotta love it. I'm gonna have to switch out the UK locomotive. I don't know what is going on with this thing. It was not running like this last time I tried to take it out, but yeah, it's having issues. Wheels don't even look dirty, but I don't know. I'll have to work on that. Try to run this British steam engine instead. I don't know if this is going to work any better on the inside, but we'll try it anyhow. See if we can get these to couple up. Nice. Make it go through the tunnel. It will not go through the tunnel. The Bombardier bilevels can't handle the 18 radius curve at that kind of angle. And then if it runs around there, it's going to go into the trolley line there. Get stuck. Maybe this doesn't have enough pulling capacity. Oh. Try to run the Norfolk Southern engine through the tunnel. Might have to... Well, actually, I already threw the switch on the other side. I don't think there's power in there. Let's try it again. That time it derailed. Still on the track, it's just not getting power. What the heck? I don't know why it just started working again. So for a second, it just randomly powered up. I'm gonna try to run it through now. See if it will rally for us. Yeah, there we go. I don't know why it was having issues, but it seems to have fixed itself. Kinda. There we go, it actually worked fully that time. Oh crap! Forgot to throw the switch back. That made it a lot further towards the tunnel than I would have expected, honestly. Street view, yeah, we can do that. Let me see if I can get the NS engine running through there first. Yeah, there we go, we got it. Crashed into the gas station. There we go. I'm gonna shut the sound off on the Via. I mean, it sounds really good, but it's quite loud. Something in the tracker in the street is derailing it. Well, the diamond here is not a real part. I actually just made this with like a Dremel and stuff, and it's pretty sketchy if I'm honest. Good locomotives that can handle, you know, rough track will go over this without any issues, but four-wheel engines, you know, which are a little less stable, sometimes they'll derail on that. Run the unstoppable locomotives. Yeah, we could probably do that. I'll at least find 777 here. Not to mention that the thing was going at the speed of sound. Yeah, that's true. He does not have an FA1. I definitely have some. I just don't know if I have any here. Don't forget the molten phenol. Yeah, exactly. And you have Denzel Washington jumping over grain cars and plumbing cars and things like that. You do not... No, I have an FA1. I just don't know if I have any here. Yeah. It's supposed to be a pretty premium locomotive. What kind of cursed world does a British locomotive have to haul a Canadian coach? This one. I'll swap it out for our premium $199 special beautiful Bachmann locomotive. What do you think? I'm new and I only have brass track. It will be fine for a while until I get real plans for a layout. How should I fasten it to the foam? I usually just use pins. You can buy them at the dollar store for, you know, craft projects and things like that. And they're really cheap. I find they work pretty well. Will it ever get a front coupler? I don't know. I mean, the coupler box looks pretty long gone. I'd have to glue something on there. Got some kind of a derailment going on here. Can you run an Australian locomotive? Sure. Ron from Classic Model Trains made a really nostalgic layout using only brass track, and he plans to maybe run DCC on it someday. It's not bad. You can theoretically run DCC stuff on brass track, but I don't know if I would recommend it myself, just because brass track, it will work. There are some people in the hobby that say avoid it at all costs, and, you know, I get where they're coming from. Like, nickel silver conducts a lot better. If you clean brass track often enough, it will be fine. But the thing is, like, DC is not very picky. Like, you know, you can have pretty rough track, and the controller is just dumping volts into the track. With DCC, it's a little bit more selective. So if you have a bad connection, sometimes the engine shuts down. So is it impossible to run DCC and brass track together? No. It might lead to more issues, though, than it does with DC. What company is your Bachmann Walthers FA1 from? This one's a Bachmann, but it was custom made by somebody. I'll swap out the 777 for this Australian locomotive, and I'll open this thing up. Actually, I wonder if this would run on the inside track. Let me see. Yeah, maybe that will work on the inside. Yeah, so I mean, you can already tell that this was a heavily modified locomotive, but the shenanigans didn't stop there. The previous owner put 2 Bachmann pancake drives in it, and I did some work. When I opened this up, the wiring was a total mess. I cleaned it up, and I also glued down the weight because that was completely loose and stuff. And, you know, this thing runs half decent, but it's a very strange locomotive. You can see they actually, like, cut the shell in half. Like, they glued 2 different chassis together. I don't know, so it would fit this. Never seen another like it. Those white and green cars look great. I can't wait to get some. Yeah, they're nice, especially since you can now buy them both from Athearn or Rapido. Disgusting. Mine is a Walthers. It is a Proto 2000, and somebody gave it more detail than a train should have, but ripped out DCC for some reason. Ew, a dual pancake. Mine is an Athearn drive. Well, I'm glad that the one you bought was better. I personally love this thing. It's a piece of crap, I'm not gonna lie, but I just had a lot of fun rewiring and stuff, and I just like that somebody had something in mind, and they made their dream happen. Clearly not high-end stuff by any means, but hey, it works. If you couldn't choose HO scale, what other scale would you choose? Also, what got you interested in the hobby? Well, what got me interested in the hobby is that I've always been interested in trains, and my dad was into model railroading, so he showed me his collection, and then that's kind of where it all began. As for another scale, probably O scale. It's not realistic, but I really like to work on model trains, and the O scale stuff is really fun to work on. I love N scale too. I really do see the benefit of having it, where you can create a lot more with a limited amount of space. That's a huge pro. It's very similar to HO in how it works too, but in terms of actually wrenching on O scale engines versus N scale, I would prefer O scale. I love this thing. It's a piece of crap. Well, it can be both at the same time. I mean, I feel like there's a lot of people out there who have a car or something in their life that they know is not good, but they still love it anyway. I mean, half my collection is really, tired locomotives that are not in great shape. But, a lot of people say, why don't you get rid of this junk? It's because I like it. Do you have any Chicago Northwestern? I feel like I have some Chicago Northwestern. I'm just not sure if I've hauled it over. I need to get the other two shelves of locomotives here. Every time I host a live stream, people keep mentioning obscure locomotives, and I'm like, yeah, I do own one of those, but it's not at this house. I wonder what would happen if you made another Super Chief and sold it. It's a hobby shop. Imagine what the customers would say. Who would even buy it? Well, I bet if I tried to sell one of those things to my local hobby shop, I think the guys there would probably say, I don't think we have a market for it, but I bet if I made one and listed it on eBay, people would be willing to pay good money. I've been considering making a few as like a giveaway item, but I'm not sure. Because you need 3 shells, which isn't that hard to acquire, but the drive is kind of made out of a 4th locomotive because you need an AHM drive, so you kind of need 4 engines to build one for one of those. Do you still have the Super Chief? Oh yeah, I'm never getting rid of this thing. And this is a piece of junk too. Look, it's like all made out of broken parts. If you saw the very first video where I got the shells for this, these were completely destroyed. And then I glued them all together, made them into this, and then it went into a video that nearly has 10 million views. So it's a real rags to riches story for these old parts. I have an old Bachmann 262. It quarters terribly. Like, throw it in the trash quartering. I mean, a lot of older Bachmanns are like that. It's a pretty common problem. Speaking of O-scale, when will you bring it over from the new house? Well, I just need to figure out a place where I'm actually going to put the O-scale stuff. Like, I just don't want to bring it over and have it as something that's sitting around when I don't know what I'm actually going to do with it. Like, what I want to do is bring it over here and then set it up right away, sort of like I did with the N-scale layout. Did Proto 2000 locomotives come with Athearn drives in them? I can't remember. Not officially. The Proto 2000 engines were Athearn clones, so they're so similar you can actually swap parts between them in some cases, but they're not officially Athearn products. Proto, when it was part of Lifelike, was doing some pretty weird stuff. Like, they had cloned the Athearn drive, which was legendary. It was the blue box drive, and then they basically built new tooling in terms of the shells and things like that. So at the time, they were higher detail than the Athearn engines they had cloned. Not as high quality, though. The gears were lower quality and ended up having a lot of splitting issues. But they were trying to undermine the competition because Athearn was still making their engines in the United States. Proto was making them in China. And they were doing this weird tactic where they would overproduce a model and then they would dump it. And the idea was to try to flood the market. A lot of people think they were actually just trying to undercut Athearn by just dumping large quantities of an engine they overproduced. But I heard stories from people who were selling locomotives like back in the 90s that if you were around the warehouse at the right time, you could buy the engines for about $10 a piece, which was really impressive, for what they were. And then, you know, as we all know, Lifelike ended up going under anyway, and they got sold to Walthers. And I think under their Walthers name, it's a much more reputable brand. But yeah, when they were new, they weren't bad engines, but the company was doing some funny things. They were also selling, like, if you look at an old proto box, the engine and the shell are different, and that was to avoid import taxes, because they could sell the model as a kit, because you had to put the shell in the locomotive, like the shell and the chassis together. Do you still have the weird custom Swedish electric locomotive? Yeah, I do. Here's the one. What is your least favorite motor or drive type? Without a doubt, the first generation Bachmanns. They are terrible. I've worked on a lot of them, and I keep buying them. I don't know why I keep buying them, because it's like, oh, I've already worked on a bunch. I have experience with these. You know, I can open one up and make another video with it and have another success, but every time I do so, while I'm rebuilding it, I always am like, why did I buy another one of these? They're terrible engines. They're not fun to work on. And then I get it working, and I'm so happy that I end up buying another one, and the cycle continues. But they're not well-made engines, that's for sure. I'm guessing pancakes, because the first gen Bachmann drive pancake is loud. Well, the first generation Bachmann pancake diesels are not that bad. I mean, they have the gear splitting issue, but I'm specifically talking about the steam locomotives, like the original GS4 from the 70s. The old Lionel HO1s are actually the exact same drive. They were made by Kadar, which eventually bought out Bachmann. And they're just... yeah, they do use pancake motors, but they're just not well-made engines. The diesels don't have quartering issues. They don't have those extra problems, but when you add something which already wasn't that high quality onto a steam locomotive, which has a lot of moving parts, that's where you get major trouble. So before that, I used to think that the Lifelike Tea Kettle was the all-time worst drive, because... I mean, those things are notorious for stripping out gears, but because they're an 040, they're pretty easy to get running again. They don't even need to be quartered correctly, because the drive rods have slack and each wheel is geared, so that's not really an issue. So, yeah, I think the Bachmann first gens take the cake for that. Here's an example of one of them. You can always tell it's a first gen because the bottom is perfectly flat. This one's actually a Lionel, but again, exact same drive. And yeah, the metals that they use for these is insanely low quality as well. So it's too bad. I mean, they're actually, for the time, these were really decent looking locomotives, but just not good from a structural standpoint. I found the tea kettle. This is gonna go Harley Davidson mode. We're gonna do a wheelie right down the street. Somebody needs to put on a slow ride in the background. I can't handle the diamond. Let's see if I set it up here. Nope. There needs to be a cut of, I found the tea kettle, and then a cut of it doing a wheelie. Well, everyone was asking about this for most of the live stream, and I couldn't find it to save my life, but it turned out it was hidden behind this beam right here, like I had it like that. You know, it kind of just blends in, like from a distance. But as I was putting this thing back on the shelf, I just noticed it right there. And lucky we did. I mean, what are we going to do without that? I see it was banished behind the beam. We'll give it, put more power in the track. We'll see if we can get it to do a sweet wheelie right down this whole length right here. Oh. You can't really, you know, there's no trick to it. You just need to keep running it until you get that one shot where it actually does it right. That was pretty good. When I released the infamous video of this thing where it, you know, got a certain distance and then it derailed and then landed back on the track, there were so many people being like, what kind of special effects did you use, or how did you get it to fall back on the track? And I'm well, there was no trick. It was just running this thing until I got a shot where it actually made it a decent amount. I'm currently fixing a Mantua 2662. Any tips to increase conductivity? Well, I mean, the basics, obviously, for, you know, cleaning all the contacts. Use a voltmeter, well, not a voltmeter, but a multimeter to check continuity between certain points, though, because sometimes you can have sections of an engine, you know, like between a bearing and a frame where, you know, the power isn't flowing very well, so maybe for a second you have power and then it loses it. So, yeah, check your connections, every single one of them. Clean connections that already look clean. Sometimes it can help. At this point, I hope you don't ever fix it unless you add another set of wheels to let it balance while doing a wheelie. Well, if you go back and watch the Lifelike tea kettle video, the truth is there's supposed to be a counterweight which goes on the front of the engine, and I think when I was rebuilding it the first time I forgot to add that, which is why it did a wheelie, and then later on in the video I realized, oh, I'd forgot the counterweight, so I put it in there. So naturally these things will run fine. It's just that this thing is way more interesting without that counterweight and the ability to do wheelies, so I just left it out. But it would be pretty cool to add like a wheelie bar on the bottom, and, you know, it could actually keep it centered as it's on the track. There's got to be a way. In Brazil, we have a company that manufactures national locomotives in HL scale. It's called Frateschi. I have some. I don't know if I've brought any of them over, but I have a couple of Frateschi AC44Is. see, do I have any of them here? Probably not yet. How about a modified steam locomotive trailing truck? That might work. Maybe a small one off a Bachmann or something. Where there's a will, there's a way. I have a Union Pacific 040 switcher that has a terrible motor and it sparks when the commutator is pushed back. Oh, sorry. It's yawned. It sparks when the commutator is pushed back. The commutator is black as night sky. Sounds to me like maybe oil is getting on the commutator and burning. That or one of the brushes isn't making good contact and it's causing it to arc really bad, because it shouldn't be doing that. Honestly, I think some of the Fortescue models are out of scale, especially the G12, the G22, and the U5B models. I don't think they're actually out of scale. They're not HO scale, but in Brazil they use narrow gauge. So I think what they did was they scaled up the engines to make them look like they're running on narrow gauge track, if that makes sense. Like, I know theoretically they should be HO scale, and they run on smaller track, which, you know, wouldn't be HO standard gauge. But I think because HO scale track is so common, what they did was, instead of making narrower track, they just made the engine larger to make it look like the track is narrow gauge, if that makes sense. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that Fortescue models are not HO scale. I think that they're slightly larger. I want to say 1 in 82, but I don't know if that's right. Have you ever watched a train movie called The Bullet Train starring Brad Pitt? I don't think I have ever seen that one, no. I have no clue how oil could get into the commutator. I tried cleaning it and it sparked again. Strange. It's a funny movie. Well, it's good to know. Could something like steel wool have wound up inside the commutator? That's not an uncommon occurrence, because a lot of people clean their track with steel wool, not knowing that it can get inside the motor. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe that's why the commutator in that case is arcing so bad. It might have been run on that. What are your thoughts on Rivarossi locomotives and rolling stock? Personally, I like Rivarossi stuff. I mean, a lot of their older stuff is not the most reliable out there, especially as I was talking about earlier. Sometimes the drivers, the bolts, fall out if they haven't been tightened in a long time. But for the time, I mean, they had really good detail, and the parts are high quality. They just sometimes need a little bit of finessing to actually get them to work correctly. You should watch Atomic Train. I've seen Atomic Train. Really well done film. I mean, the cinematography is amazing, and it's a good storyline. But I don't really enjoy watching it. It's so depressing. Looks like we got a super chat from Jody Smith, 8048. Can you run an F7 or an E8? We can definitely throw an F7 on there. Greetings from Switzerland in the early morning. Yeah, I've managed to get to that late at night. That's awesome. Yeah, in terms of running an F unit, got about 1 million of them. I'm just trying to figure out which would be best. Silver Streak is a funny trainish film. I agree. It's a Gene Wilder movie. You're not going to be disappointed. A really good, funny train movie is Tough Guys. I mean, that's not a fully trained movie. A lot of it is, you know, about some guys who have gotten out of jail for the first time since the 50s, and they're now in the 80s. I don't want to spoil the movie for anybody that hasn't seen it, but it actually features the 4449, which in the movie is under a different name, but it has the same paint scheme and everything. Really funny 80s movie. We're going to try to run this Revell F unit. It's going to be pretty loud, but I think it's going to run nicely. Wilder and Pryor were a golden team. Absolutely. I really like that other movie they did together. I think it's called Hear No Evil, See No Evil or something like that. That was a pretty funny one too. And Blazing Saddles. Oh yeah. Are you going to remove the white foam part? Yeah, for sure. That's temporarily. I mean, you see that huge piece of plywood right there? That is going to be the new base for this, and then the gully is going to come back. Oh. I didn't even realize that had come disconnected. There was an earlier railroad film in 1934, also called Silver Streak, which used the famous Burlington Zephyr. I feel like I've heard about that, and there's a lot of people who mix them up. I'd probably include myself with that, where people say, "Have you seen Silver Streak?" And I'm like, "Yeah, the Gene Wilder film." And they're like, "No, no, 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 no." The 30s film. British 00 stuff is also slightly larger, but runs on HO track. Well, that's the thing. Like, if you run British locomotives alongside the American ones on this layout, they kind of look like they're about the same size, but in reality, most British engines are smaller than American locomotives, but because of the scale difference, they kind of appear the same. Nice choice with the OSB boards, less likely to warp compared to plywood. That is what I'm hoping for with this. There were quite a few people when I made that video of putting this all together saying, why'd you use OSB? And generally I prefer plywood over OSB because it's stronger. But the theory I have for OSB, and people can correct me if I'm wrong about this, is because there is not plies of wood, because it's, you know, random kind of strands of wood that have been glued together. Because it's not like there's not lengths of it, I feel like it's less likely to want to like warp if it's exposed to moisture. I could be wrong, but I do know some guys out there who built their layouts with OSB, and they've been doing so for decades without any issues. So I'm hoping that this works well, but it's kind of an experiment. Have you ever seen Murder on the Orient Express, 1974? I can't say I have. I did see the play of it, though. Say about maybe 8 years ago, me and my family went and saw that play at the Algonquin Playhouse in Maine. It was pretty fun. What about Markland third rail HO? Those are pieces of gold. It's annoying because you can't run them on normal HO. Yeah, I haven't worked with a lot of it, but I agree the mechanics are very good on the few pieces that I do have. If you had enough water to warp plywood more than OSB, others will have problems too. I don't know. With the quality of modern lumber, I really kind of just come to expect problems. I bought some recently for strapping. I'm going to go get this piece of wood just to show just how crap modern, lumber products are. Hold on a second here. I'm going to go find this. Got it. Yeah, because I've been, doing drywall work around the house, I bought a lumber of strapping. And look at this stuff. Like, there's not a single angle that this is good. I can't imagine somebody actually trying to use this. I guess maybe if you chopped it up into small enough pieces, you could use little bits of it, but yeah. This was in a bundle, and it was tightly packed, so it didn't stand out amongst the other pieces, but I don't know. This is just, like, what you find these days. I'm really glad that this house is old and doesn't have that stuff in it. Well, except, the pieces that I found, but it's not... No, it wasn't even from Home Depot. I think it was from Reno Depot. I don't know if they're any more reputable, but yeah, not good. Wood stove. Yeah, that's probably where that piece should go. I'm gonna plug in my phone here. I bet it's running low secretly. I'm not gonna have another live stream where the battery just goes out. They always hide the fun pieces in bundles. Yeah, it's kind of like a variety pack. I didn't know that you I bet you didn't know that they invented Z-scale in 1972. You were negative 30 something. 1972. I would have been negative 29. Yeah, I was not aware that Markland invented Z-scale, Z-scale. I did recently acquire a whole bunch of Markland, I think it's N-scale stuff. I'll bring the bin downstairs. It was like a family friend, and I'm going to make a video on this. I don't want to like spoil all the stuff that's inside there because I haven't looked through it in detail myself, but it looked like some pretty interesting things. I mean, first of all is all this N-scale track. I don't know if this is going to be at all useful. There's some pieces in here which don't look too bad, but a lot of it is kind of junk. It's been smushed for 17 years in an attic. But there is this box, and the brief look I had, there were some decent things in here. I'm not going to dig, again, too deeply in here because I want to actually make this into a video and go through it with everybody. But, I mean, this is the first thing that I saw right off the bat. I'm guessing it's 80s, maybe 90s. I don't know. Some people in the comments in here, I'm sure, would probably know better than I would about this stuff. But, yeah, I'm really excited to dig into this. There's got to be some cool things in here. Oh, well, there you go. 1988, 89. Just starting that digital era. That's a pretty nifty looking layout right there. I like that. These are all German engines, I think. Anyway. Oh, it's funny, like they were actually pricing stuff out. Just that they were maybe intending to buy. Oh, wait. Yeah, just before I close this up, I just saw like a cool 80s keyboard. Where was that? Yeah. Definitely 80s. So that would have all been, if that is all from 1989, that would have been like when my parents were just meeting each other. I wasn't even an idea yet. You sure that's not a typewriter? That's nice. Have you ever heard the song The Wabash Cannonball? I've heard the Johnny Cash version. Maybe another version from Boxcar Willie. Usually the three countries that make the best engines, Italy, Japan, and Germany. I agree, those, River Rossi's good, Kato is good. In terms of Germany, Markland's good. But I would argue that the United States has made some good engines as well. I mean, in terms of O-scale, post-war Lionel, solid. And the Athearn Blue Box locomotives are really good too. Where'd the mountain layout go? I still have it. It's going to be added back on just right here. I think I'm going to rotate this so the other side is facing here. We'll see. Yeah, next layout video, I think we're going to rebuild all of this, and then this is going to get reattached. Keyboards in a train catalog. Well, it was around 1989 where the very first digital command control systems were coming out. I know prior to DCC there were some digital systems which I think used radio control and things like that, but I think it was 1989 where there was an official like DCC system you could buy in store. Atlas Japan is good. Well, I'm pretty sure most Atlas engines were made by Kato. I didn't know that Athearn was made in the USA also, if you considered all the airplane fans having an airport. I don't know if I'm going to add a full-blown airport to the layout, but I would be happy to add some planes maybe flying over it or something. And as for Athearn, the modern Athearn engines are all made in China. I think ready to roll, I think they started making those in China in the 90s, but all the blue box era, like for example, the 777 engine that I have out right now, this is a blue box. I'm pretty sure that these were made in California. It was either California or New Jersey, but I'm pretty sure, I think it was California. I think Lionel might have been made in New York or New Jersey. I can't remember which. Lionel HO also had some stuff that was being actually made in Canada for a while. They also had a plant in Michigan, I think before the 80s started. Made in Austria, not... Well, I don't know. I have a few Austrian-made engines like the Locos. Those are pretty solid. In fact, this is one of them. I haven't seen too many... If you meant like Oz in terms of Australia, I haven't worked with a lot of Australian-made engines. I own one of them, but I don't think Australia made too many model trains. One thing about having a heliport instead of an airport is that you don't need to model a runway, just a helipad. That's true. We just need a long strip of grass and we can consider that a landing field. Many model trains were made in Hong Kong before China took over. Yeah, that's true. I know that Lifelike was making stuff in Hong Kong. Bachmann Kadar was making stuff in Hong Kong. Tyco was making stuff in Hong Kong. Although earlier Tycos were actually also made in the United States. And some Tycos were made in Austria as well. Main Street is a runway. Yeah. Michigan was the birthplace of Lionel. Well, I know they had a plant there for their HO lineup, but I thought that Lionel's main plant, at least in terms of the post-war stuff, was somewhere in New Jersey. I have an Atlas made in Austria. Yeah, those might have been made at the same plant as the Rocos. The interesting thing about model railroading is that so many manufacturers were kind of sharing designs or sharing factories. Like Lionel's stuff from the 70s was made by Kadar, but prior to that it was made by Athearn for a while. It was made by River Rossi for a while. Everybody was stealing parts from each other or sharing parts or having or rebadging stuff. There's a lot of crossover between brands in terms of model railroading. Is the old fridge for beer? I haven't plugged it in or anything. Eventually, I think it probably will be a beer fridge or at least a spare fridge, but I'm not going to throw it out. It's a good fridge. It just smells horrible, and I don't want to put food in there and have it taste like that. Mahano uses Tyco molds for their trains now. I'm not sure. I didn't think Mahano was making any of that stuff anymore. Yeah, I've tried baking soda. I tried using lemons. I tried bleaching the inside of the refrigerator. I tried unplugging it for a month, just letting it like circulate. Like I opened the doors and put a fan in there. I tried everything to save that refrigerator, and it was a hopeless cause. So brought the old one downstairs. I've got a new one upstairs, and it's a lot better. Mahano still makes model trains. They definitely still do in Europe. I don't know what the story is for North America, but yeah, I'm not sure. Why are O-scale trains so darn expensive? I got an O-scale train to work on HO-scale track. I mean, I can't really say for the modern stuff, but you can definitely find post-war Lionel pretty cheap. It's not very realistic, but I don't think you can get more reliable than post-war Lionel, honestly. Like, those things are just so tough. I couldn't believe it, when a family friend gave me all their post-war Lionel diesels, and they hadn't been run since, like, 1969. I threw them on the track. 2 of them started. The third one needed a bit of persuasion, and just like that, by the end of the video, they were running for the first time in, like, 55 years. No problem. I can't believe you're able to run that brass G-scale locomotive on your layout. I think that one was O-scale, but I did run the G-scale locomotive on the HO layout as well, yeah. That was pretty funny. I'm amazed that worked as well as it did. What are your future plans for the layout? For the time being, the goal is just to get the industrial side of the layout operational again. And then after that, I want to get a little bit more elaborate. I want to run a bridge from here into some sort of structure there, through here, up through there, and into the rest of the basement. And then I want to run a line off there, which will also run through the rest of the basement and connect up to it. Well, can you add a crop field? I'll probably put the pumpkin patch back, at least. Thanks for the live chat. Off to breakfast, then university. Get a good night's sleep. Best wishes from Germany. Thank you. Managed to run the live stream late enough that it's now morning in Germany. What does the layout look like with dark or dim lights? Let's find out. I feel like it looks half decent. I'm still short quite a few lights right now. I have to rewire some stuff, but at least we've got Main Street somewhat lit up. That looks cozy. It kind of is with the lamps and everything like that. Just need a lazy boy and a coffee and a cat. SMT After Dark, yeah. Do you still have the rail car from the video doing a custom train simulator BNSF locomotive? I definitely still have that car, as I've probably said about a billion times this live stream, because I need to bring more stuff over. I don't know if I actually have it here, but I definitely still have it in my possession. The factory paint still has lights on, despite being rocked by the Go Transit cars earlier. The factory paint? I'm confused. What's the longest train you've ever ran? Mine was about 50 cars. Probably 40. I haven't done one of those mega consists in a while. I think in my train club, they once put together a consist of a lot of the cars on the layout. I think it was 60 cars long. That was pretty cool. The paint store right before the... Oh, yeah. The first building is a bit askew, yeah. That's better. It must be an old building, because even if it gets hit by a Go Transit coach, it still lights up. Yep, they don't make them like they used to. What about the Hershey factory? Do you still have it? Yeah, I still have it. I haven't brought it over here yet, but I think that that's probably going to end up going in the spare room down here. Holy crap, it's GFW Trains. I haven't seen you guys in a while. Welcome. My ADHD OCD thanks you. No problem. Raven Train, welcome. You're probably already in here. Sorry if I missed you. Hershey's chocolate is better than Reese's cups. I like the Hershey chocolate bars, but I think I like the Reese's cups more. It's been a minute. Congratulations on the new house. Thank you. I've been enjoying the layout updates, George. Well, I'm glad you guys are still around the channel. I thought you guys were gone. I find it hilarious sometimes when, I don't know, I make a video and somebody who I haven't heard from in like, and I'm not saying this about GFW trains, I know you guys have commented more recently than that, but sometimes somebody hasn't commented for like 5 years and then they just kind of appear out of the woodwork and they're like, hey, how have you been? And it's like, oh, look who it is. You should paint a train to look like the Hershey's chocolate for the factory. Well, I actually have some Hershey's cars. I've got a bunch of Hershey's chocolate box cars, a Reese's car, a bunch of Hershey's tank cars. I've even got some Hershey's locomotives, thanks to David Z to G Scale and David from DV Tech. I don't know what it is about Davids in the community, but we seem to have a lot of them. Got David DV Tech, David Z to G. We got Dave, aka Sparky. We've got Dave from Scott Rails. I know I'm missing a bunch. There's definitely more Davids, but I don't know. I guess if you're a guy named Dave, you just naturally are into model trains. In fact, the family friend who gave me these model trains was also named Dave, so... Funny coincidence there. My dad's been pretty jazzed about starting the YouTube thing again. I think he's going to try and do streams every other week now. Well, I'll try to join those. The train pulling the go-cars is, the cab is lit up. Yeah, and the light is bleeding a little bit. I like to think it's just the controls lit up. They're just driving the train quietly through the night, listening to Toto Africa. I wonder if SMT's dad is messing around with the O-scale and G-scale stuff. It's kind of a mess over there right now. The tracks have been slightly taken apart, but the equipment's everywhere. I do remember a couple times as a kid, though. I was upstairs and I heard rummaging around in the basement, and I would go downstairs and my dad was messing with the train set. I remember when I first got my Bachmann Easy Command, you could get what was called a command companion, and you'd have two DCC controllers, and we used to call them smash-up derbies. We weren't intentionally trying to crash the engines into each other, but we would try to run them on this layout at the time and run them in a way where, we'd get them to, like, go in the opposite direction and avoid each other by throwing different switches, and inevitably the trains would crash, but... yeah, we had a lot of fun back in the day doing that. Next time my uncle is up here, I'd really like to kind of recreate a family photo, because there's this picture of my dad and my uncle. I think when my dad was like 7 and he was maybe 5, and they're both beside his original layout running one of his trains. Now that layout is long gone, but we still have all of my dad's original HO scale stuff, so we could definitely recreate that train and then have the two of them standing in what would be like the same part of the layout. I think it'd be pretty cool to recreate that. I kind of did one of those a while back where it was a picture of me working on some stuff on the layout 10 years apart. You can find that post somewhere on the community tab here on the channel. That's awesome. He was into it as a kid, passed it on to you, and you were his conduit into staying in the hobby a bit. Yeah, it's funny how in life those sorts of things can kind of just go full circle. I mean, and then because of that, I ended up trying to fix up my grandmother's train, which led to this YouTube channel and all the stuff around that. So yeah, it's one thing leads to another. That's something I've learned about life. Even like the Hershey factory project. You know, it's like I got obsessed with this abandoned factory, and so I got an interest in manufacturing, and then I got a job working at a real factory, and that was my first job, and so I made some money, and then that money ended up going into starting off the channel and stuff. So these things can all link together, but if any opportunity comes your way, like what I try to do in life is it doesn't matter what. If an opportunity comes your way, grab on and hold on with all you can, because I don't know, it's funny how these things that seem very miscellaneous can sometimes work their way into things that are actually meaningful. Hey, Harrison saying hello from California. Love how everything is getting back together one by one. I'm wondering if you're going to expand the N-scale HO layout. Well, the HO layout is definitely going to be expanded, but one thing which DB Tech suggested, which I really like, is that... Let me just get these lights going here. Yeah, there we go. One suggestion that I really liked is that because this part of the layout kind of sticks out, I could actually build an N-scale layout, which will probably be a bit different from the current one, which will actually slide out. So not only is the HO layout going to get expanded, but the N-scale layout is... There's going to be a new N-scale layout. It's probably going to be better than the original. And I'm really thinking about having some forced perspective stuff going on, where maybe the N-scale layout that slides out kind of blends in with the HO one, and so if you're standing on that side, it will look like everything's really far away because the scale is smaller. It's a pie in the sky idea, but I'm thinking about it. The train bug situation is crazy. Moist critical tomorrow. It's too bad we didn't get a moist critical video about model railroading. Instead, we just got one about that kid who tried to derail a train for views. I'm noticing right now that the layout looks a lot better without the other lights on, because it's only the halogen lights that are running right now. Like look at how vibrant it looks, and then look at this. Well, okay, it doesn't look that bad, but I don't know. Without those other lights on, I find it almost focuses in a little bit more. Maybe I just need to start filming videos like this. Imagine being so desperate for views that you derail a train. Yeah, that's a sad state of affairs for sure. Especially, I don't even think the video got 1 million views. I mean, I'm not trying to justify it. Like, there should be no quantity of views that, you know, make it okay to do something like that. It's lucky that the train just popping off the track was all it was, and that there wasn't chemicals on board or anybody got hurt. Like, that could have ended 1 million times worse. Fundamentally, it was bad. It could have been way worse. But it's not even like after doing that stupid thing, he even got a big reward. Instead, you know, it's like, I think he got 500,000 views and then went off to jail. Like, just dumb. It could have been, yeah, it could have been a tanker train going fast. It could have been a lot worse. I'm just glad that that was all that happened. Did you see the video of the kids stealing the train and driving it down the line? I heard about that in the news, but I didn't see the video. I think the bottom line is that railroads need to have better security standards. Higher the CRI, the colors look better. Yeah, I don't know. Everything just looks a little bit more vibrant. I need to add another one of these sets of halogen lights over there in that corner and get some light focus there. Because, I mean, the yard doesn't look bad. And honestly, I haven't even repositioned the lights. Like, I bet if I reposition some of these lenses, probably make the freight yard look a little bit better. I can't touch that one because it's a real halogen. It's going to be hotter than the bejesus, but these LED ones are not even that bad, and well, it's actually already positioned pretty well. Hey, SMT, I might be subscribing tomorrow. It's like 1 a.m. here. I have a request. Can you run an ET44AC? I don't know if I have one, to be honest. I wish I could. I'm looking to get large lots of used freight rolling stock. I noticed I can filter by brand. What is the best brand for freight rolling stock? The older Athearn freight stock is pretty good. I'm trying to think of some other brands. There are a lot of... I mean, you can find cheap rolling stock pretty easily. It's just... It depends on how much you're willing to kind of invest in it, because if you want to kind of bring it up to modern standards, you're going to be putting metal wheels on it, you're going to be putting knuckle couplers on it, and often the cost of those two items exceeds the value of the rolling stock. But, yeah, some older Athearn stuff, it could be worth it. If anybody has suggestions for older rolling stock brands to buy in bulk, feel free to put them in the comments. You can also buy kits. You can find kits, even modern ones, really cheap at train shows. I've seen some kits, they're like $3 a kit. And if you're willing to, you know, spend a night once a week putting them together. It can be a lot of fun. You can get some really high quality stuff for very little money. I agree. Catherine Blue Box. Lambo Hobbies says Walthers. Yeah. To be fair, as a kid, me and my buddy kind of trespassed on an SD40-2. Granted, the engineer was breaking the rules, letting us on board, and we were on a siding waiting to pass. Okay, but I mean, that's not that bad in my opinion, because there's an engineer keeping an eye. Like, these are not unattended locomotives. Like, you know, it's just somebody bending the rules a little bit. Pretty harmless. I've been let into the cab of several locomotives before with the rail crews, and I'm not going to name what railroad it was, because even though it was like 10 years ago, I don't want people getting in trouble for what happened. But yeah, that's not that bad. It's just people, you know, fooling around with rail equipment. They're not respecting trains. They are dangerous. Athearn, Atlas, and Walthers. What do you think of people who ride freight trains? Super dangerous. Well, I mean, I obviously I don't condone it. It's incredibly risky. I think a lot of people doing that stuff, though, they know very well what they're doing. Like, the difference between them and some of the kids that you see messing around with rail equipment is that the kids are clueless. They don't know what they're doing when they're trespassing around a rail yard and stuff. They're doing very dangerous things. A guy hopping on a train is probably a bigger risk to his own self than he is to anybody else. So again, it's not a good idea, but you know, is somebody sneaking onto a train going to cause a derailment? Probably not. Should they do it? Of course not, but it's not. I'd be less concerned about, you know, somebody like Hobo Shoestring and his videos and stuff like that than I would be about, you know, some of these other stories you're hearing about. Used to hang out in lots of switchyard as a kid and get free rides from the engineer. Security protocols weren't as strict back in the 70s. Well, I feel like even in, I don't know, 15 years ago, things weren't as strict. I think most engines now actually have cameras in the cab, so crews are not as inclined to go along with that sort of thing, but yeah, there has been a shift. Controller Packers, welcome. Haven't been here in a while. In a good minute. Well, welcome back. Yeah, things are well. Can you run in a CSX SD40-2, that's all? I don't think I have a CSX SD40-2, but I'll tell you what, I'll see if I can find a Dash 8. I think it's a Dash 8. I'm subscribing right now because of that. Glad to hear it. They do. Athern's SD70 Aces actually have a little camera in the cab window. If you look at the Genesis MRL, you see it in the left window. Oh, well, I was talking about full-size trains, but well, that's pretty cool if some of the modern models have a camera inside them. I remember when I was little, I used to get rides in the cabs of Metra engines going to Chicago. It was a lot of fun. Is Maverick still causing chaos around the house? Not really. I mean, he's over a year old at this point, and he's calmed down a lot. He still, you know, occasionally will get into, like, he'll try to get in the garbage or something, but he's not a puppy anymore where, you know, he was running around trying to bite electrical cords and things like that. So, yeah, he's a peaceful pup. I always liked him as a dog, but I've kind of joked with the family. I like the current Maverick more than the previous one because you just don't have to keep an eye on him every second. There was one day I actually felt kind of bad because, I mean, this was before I moved from my parents' place to here, but yeah, every lunch, you know, I'll usually like make myself like 3 or 4 eggs, and if the dog's around, you know, I'll throw an extra egg in the pan and I'll cook it up for him. But when he was a really like little puppy and I'd make him some eggs, he'd be so desperate to get into them, he'd be trying to get in the bowl before I'd even put it on the floor. So I started making him like sit down and wait, and then only letting him eat the food once I said, okay, go ahead. But before I moved out, there was one day where I made him some eggs and he sat, and I put the eggs on the floor, and then I left to go do something, and I came back like 3 minutes later, and he's just sitting down looking longingly at the food, and I'm like, dog, are you serious? Like, you don't want the eggs? And then he went forward and started eating them, and I realized it was because I had taught him like months back, you know, not to eat them until I said it was okay. I just couldn't believe that he had remembered that. But I felt kind of bad, like what a tease that he was just sitting there with the eggs on the floor, waiting for permission. For those subscribing, get ready for a lot of well folks in today's video, and then some insane model railroading magic that impresses everyone who watches. That's a pretty major compliment, thank you. They're the well folks in today's video. I've got some friends out there, you know, are into model railroading, and sometimes when I'm hanging around them, I'll just randomly say, well folks in today's video. And you can tell that hearing that in person is very strange. Does your girlfriend have a favorite locomotive? Yeah, the V-line dipped in orange. SMT literally inspired the only local train store guy to carry fiberglass pencils and often uses his videos for reference with repairs. Wow. I don't know why a lot of train stores don't carry fiberglass pencils and screwdrivers and things like that. Like really good ones, like Larkspur has soldering irons and things like that, but I feel like every train store should not just have model railroading stuff, but they should also have all the common tools. Honestly, I mean, this is something I could probably put together, but option for anybody out there, a model railroading kit, and it comes with a fiberglass pencil, the oils, soldering iron, wire, heat shrink tubing. Like, just put all these things together. It's just a one kit you need to buy, and I feel like it would be a good thing. There is kind of a reason like a lot of the tools I have are not like that fancy though, because I get a lot of comments from people and they say, oh, like, why don't you buy some better quality screwdrivers? And like, I get it, you know, these screwdrivers you get from the dollar store are not that good. But like something I want to be really careful about with my videos is making sure that I don't start getting so many fancy tools like the remagnetizer that there are people out there that if they watch these videos, they can't follow it along for their own repairs because they don't have the tools, you know? Because buying a set of screwdrivers like that, or even a fiberglass pencil, you know, that's less than $20. Most people can afford that, but, you know, you start getting ultrasonic cleaning baths and remagnetizers and stuff, and they're terrific tools, like a 3D printer. That's another terrific tool, but they're things that are kind of further out of reach for some people. So it's not that I won't ever use them, it's just that I want to make sure that, you know, people aren't getting cut out. Prescott in April. It's very tempting. I probably will go there. Definitely want to make it out to the Arnprior train show. We're going to the Barrie train show this month. I'll have to have a look and see how far that is away from Gatineau. Are there any train conventions you've had your eye on as of lately? Well, I mean, maybe the Barrie train show. I haven't been to that one before. Definitely the Arnprior. Well, definitely Arnprior. Definitely the OVAR flea market. Advanced and basic tutorials. Yeah, that's a good idea. SMT should make a new super chief. Needs 40 radius curves just to hold the train. 2 A units and 4 B units all slapped together. I don't know. It'd be tricky to make something like that corner. I appreciate you keeping things simple. Well, that's definitely the goal. Need to take a trip to Alberta and come to both Edmonton, the Edmonton train show and the Super train show in Calgary. That would be a lot of fun. I have been to Alberta before. I went to trains and such. Don't know if you've seen that video or not, but I do like Alberta. Be happy to go back there. Barrie show is 5 hours away from Ottawa. I'd give it 5 maybes out of 10. Do you have any plans for an outside railway? It's very tempting. I already have a lot of the G-scale equipment to do so. I definitely have enough room. If I built a line from the front yard to the backyard, I could just run a line around the house. I think really my only two concerns are that G-scale track is quite expensive, and I also don't know if I'm making videos outside, if people are gonna geo-guess where I live or something. I don't know. Now you're talking. What's really tempting would be to build one of those tracks. You know the trains that you can actually ride on? I think they're maybe like 2-3 scales up from G scale. That would be fun. Is OVAR happening this year? I don't know, to be honest. It probably is, but I haven't heard any word on it. I think Harrison could make his own AWVR movie / video. Well, I did do that skit. I think trying to recreate the entire movie would be a little more tricky. The scene I really want to recreate is Tough Guys. Like the scene where they're running the train through the desert. One in 6 scale. That might be it. Tough Guys was a great movie. I liked it. I actually bought it on YouTube so I could rewatch it whenever I wanted. Never seen the Tough Guys movie. I feel like it's worth renting or even possibly buying. I mean, it's a bit cheesy, like it's an 80s movie, and yeah, I don't know. I feel like it shows its age a little bit, but personally, I like that about it. I think that the 80s movies are really funny, and so to me, that just makes it more charming, but I feel like for maybe some people out there, they wouldn't like that as much. The 80s stuff I find is very hit or miss with people. Like, I don't know, it's funny. There are some people and they talk about the 80s so nostalgically and they're like, oh, it was the best time. Everything was so extravagant. What a time to be alive. And then there are other people that are like, yeah, I'm glad that party's over. I get a lot of that because I dig up old broadcasting music through Universal and I put those in my videos. And I have some people who are like, I love the 80s music. It's so nostalgic. And then there's a lot of people like, please get rid of the 80s music. I just want to leave it where I left it back then. It's pretty funny. Love 80s music. For me, it's 80s rock specifically. It's good stuff. Country music. Yeah, who's that guy that was making country music in the 80s? He was a Canadian singer that moved to the States, and he was like a Ian Tyson. Yeah, that's who it was. If you ever heard any Ian Tyson music, that's pretty good. I was on the boat with some guys there, and they were like, what's your favorite type of music? It better be country. And I'm like, oh yeah, I like country, but 80s country. And they're like, no, you mean 90s. And I was like, no, 80s, like Ian Tyson. And they were like, who's Ian Tyson? I was like, you say you like old country and you don't know who Ian Tyson is. I find that interesting. One Ian Tyson song is The legend of Claude Dallas. That's a pretty cool story. I'll end off the live stream in a moment here, but for anybody who doesn't know about Claude Dallas, he was considered the last outlaw in the United States, and so the story of Claude Dallas, it's funny because when you hear it, it sounds kind of like a, you know, Wild Wild West sort of story, and then you find out that it was in the 80s. It was 1981 when they were after Claude Dallas, and so Ian Tyson's song, which I think was made in 1989, it was, you know, only 8 years after it actually happened, goes through that story. The grassed over siding is giving me so many ideas. I kind of like the aesthetic of abandoned tracks, especially when you add like little bits of bushes and things like that. Fun fact, since you like country, Shania Twain is my second cousin. I didn't see her when she was in Ottawa, but my sister did. She was quite impressed. I really like country music, but something like my friend Gator once said about country music. He's like, the problem with modern country music is that the songs are the same. The guys are all singing about how they work really hard and drive their trucks really well, but they still know how to party and drink beer and get girls. And then the girls who make country music are all like, he broke my heart, but he will pay. And he's quite right about that, honestly. Gotta get you on American Idol. That's just country in general, even the 90s. This is about loving hard, getting heartbroken. Well, I know there's some of that, but again, you got the legend of Claude Dallas. Like, that's a pretty epic country song. You should get a logo. That's a good idea. I wonder what Claude Dallas does these days. That's a good question. What happens when you play country music backwards? His truck starts, his wife And dog comes back. Who did the Edmund Fitzgerald song? Wasn't it Gordon Lightfoot? If I got that wrong, I'm never going to hear the end of it. Yes, okay, that's good. Harrison, did Google list you as the highest subs? The highest subscribed channel? Gordon Lightfoot is correct. Good. I kind of like Jimmy Buffett. I guess he's kind of country. How about you? Yeah, Jimmy Buffett's all right. Margaritaville's a fun song. I don't know if I actually did visit, because, you know, there's a million bars out there that consider themselves the original Margaritaville. Supposedly, you know, this is according to the people in Jamaica. And again, it could just be tourism marketing. But we were staying at this friend's place, and they had this boat. And so this guy took us out, and at one point he told me and my sister to jump off the boat, climb up this ladder to this really greasy looking bar. And we went in there, and apparently it was the original Margaritaville, and it was like this 3-story tall structure. And then at the top, there was a water slide. You'd go down, and then it would spit you out back into the ocean. And so we went through that. It was pretty cool, but yeah, I have no idea if that actually was the original Margaritaville or if it was just, you know, one of them. Kind of like an elf, how, you know, Santa Claus is talking about there are 6 Ray's Pizza. They all claim to be the original, but the original is on 11th. I feel like it's one of those. You were listed as the top model train channel on YouTube by Google. I wasn't aware of that. That's pretty cool. I don't know if my channel actually is the biggest in terms of channels that make model train videos, because there are channels like Crafty Fox who have probably like double the subscribers or something. But Crafty Fox also makes Minecraft videos, so I don't know if for model railroading this is, like, if it's just purely talking model trains, if this is the largest channel. But either way, I'm just happy it got where it is. I really, you know, I'm still stunned that it's gone this far, but it's cool, and I'm grateful for it. Used to be a burger chain called Cheeseburger in Paradise. Sounds like a good place. When many places claim to be the original, it's usually some kind of blend of all of them, usually a case of many people having a similar idea around the same time. Yeah, that's an interesting way of looking at it. It's kind of like with outboard motors. If you look up who made the first outboard motor, they usually say Ollie Evinrude. There was actually an outboard motor a year before, or a couple years before he invented his, called, you know, I forget the name, but it was a similar idea to an outboard motor on a stick that propels water. but it's like they were 2 years apart in different parts of the United States at a time when telecommunication wasn't very good. So did he steal the idea, or did he coincidentally get the same idea at the same time and then perfect it better? You know, I do think that it is possible that, you know, there are times when two people get the same idea. Anyway, it's now 1:30 in the morning, so I think I'll finish off the live stream. But thank you all so much for joining in this well, I was going to say this evening, but now this morning. But thank you all joining in. I had a lot of fun running trains as usual and chatting with everybody. And yeah, hopefully we'll get that video of working on that mystery engine going again. But until then, have a great day, everyone. I'll read this last comment before I do. You're a pretty young fella. How'd you learn a lot about model railroading like you do? I mean, I started when I was like 5 years old, and a lot of trial and error, but another major part of that is, you know, because of the videos, I'm constantly getting advice and new ideas from people and stuff like that. So if you watch my older videos, the repairs are not as meticulous as they were, and I'd say even repairs I did a year ago are not as good as the ones being done today. So there are people out there who can repair an engine way better than I can. They've been in the hobby for 50 years, but I will say that, you know, making the videos and getting advice from the community is very helpful. Anyways, have a wonderful day, everyone.